Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Good day to everybody. Happy Sunday, gamers. Welcome back to Halo 2 Rebalance. I am your humble host, Ruby of the Blue, coming back at you with some hot Sacred Icon action. So what did we do last time? Last time we were building the level design for the new area, and now we are working on the encounters from vanilla after all those new areas. I'm not gonna spoil the new area too much. We're not gonna play through it. You saw me building it on the last stream, but needless to say, it's all turned out very, very well. All the scripting, gameplay, and level design for the new area here is all done with. You can just see the blueprint here, and that's all I'm gonna show. Gonna leave the rest up to surprise. So today's stream, we're gonna be working on the encounters after that new area, so when all the flood shit hits the fan on this mission, including having enemy marines to fight as well, which you might have seen as well on the previous streams. And it is good to have a Shore Dev team member, Mindful Moron, in the chat. Hi there, lol dude, and 0x09, the person who very graciously timestamps all the notable stuff on these streams for all the bots, all the bot watchers. Why do you have a crown? Why do you have a crown? Does that mean you're like chatter number 2? Top fans. Since when does fucking YouTube chat have an XP system? What is this? How do you get XP? Just by spamming chat? How the hell does that work? And what do you get if you're like the top member? I guess just the crown icon? Interesting. So yesterday I completed this whole Hall C encounter, and in general this mission's encounter design is like really sort of aimless by design. Like the predominant way that this mission's encounter design philosophy goes is that it just has like stuff happening around you rather than building like a specific challenge to have fun with. So it feels like they built this mission more so for you to like run past everything while shit just happens around you, rather than you for like rather than for the encounters to directly challenge you and stop your and like hinder your progress by actually posing like an obstructive challenge. So that's something I aim to change on this mission, making the encounter design in general a lot less aimless and a lot more purposeful, and the enemy marines will help us do that in spades. We will be going this in-depth with your air reach rebalance. I'm never gonna do a mod that's this in-depth ever. Every mod that I do from H3R onward is gonna be much closer to the scale of CER. 111. What did bro mean by that? How have you adjusted enemy marines' firing patterns versus allied ones? I haven't. They both share the same firing patterns. And those firing patterns I have fine-tuned and tweaked in excruciating detail to work both as allies and enemies, because I find the thing that makes marines work as allies is the same thing that makes them work as enemies, in that they're not perfectly accurate when starting out their first burst, especially since they have nigh hit scan weapons. So it's important that they have a longer first burst delay, they have a larger burst radius value, they take longer to reach their maximum accuracy, and it just so happens that makes them work as allies and enemies, because as allies, you don't want the marines to excel without player intervention. So having the marines not super aggressive and accurate when first starting out is good, because it won't let them like excel unless the player is actively engaging with the enemy and taking fire off of them, which will allow them to actually become lethal with their firing patterns. And then that's the same thing that makes them work as enemies, because them having that little bit of grace period to really get going with their firing allows you to close the gap with them and take good shots at them. We'll illustrate all of that, and we'll play through this Hall C encounter, which is going to lead up to the encounter that we're going to be working on this stream. I was doing a whole bunch of optimizations and cleanups, because there is a lot of assets on this mission and a lot of chaos that goes down, so things need to stay optimized. Alright, let's go Tello Hall C. Running the optimization scripts here, if you're wondering. It's deleting a whole bunch of objects to clear up memory in the game. These are scripts that I designed myself to optimize things. Alright, so this is at the tail end of the new area. Ah! Oh, and you looky what I was working on yesterday as well, as we come into this new space, or this vanilla space. Whoa! Oh my goodness!
Thanks for what you do. Do you think we could have a playable demo of the mod one day?
Felipe, thank you for the 117.79. That is incredibly generous of you. We're starting off the stream strong, I see. You are amazing, Felipe. I really, really appreciate that. Should get the double notification. It's not charging you twice, it's just my shit's broken.
Do you think we could have a playable
and I just
demo of
never
the mod
feel like
one
fixing
day?
it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna take that very graciously and work very hard on the stream. Demo for H2R is very possible. No plans currently though. I'm just like way too busy and locked in with working on it at the moment. Alright, let me show you what I was working on yesterday here. It's like with on the heretic missions, we got biped transformations for dead marines. And I just noticed something wacky with the female marine there. I need to fix their biped colors. Since we got some new permutations for the female marine. Okay. Got some new variants here. This one, Luna actually gave the female Marines a one. Make sure all the colors are correct. Variant, do I have this biped as? I don't have it as any specific variant. Oh, wait, I see. Because Luna, I need to add the permutations to the female Marine biped here. Luna added some new variants, so I need to account for that in the bipeds. Sure, get all the skin colors in properly. Luna added a black skin tone to the female Marine, so that's fun. I think she also added a new face to go along with that as well. Duplicating all these. Alright, there we go. Okay, let's see that again. For load. It's metal as fuck. Alright, so this is where you get introduced to the shotgun here. Although you pick it up, it doesn't have too much ammo starting out. Rebuilt this encounter from scratch, but kept all the like major components and puzzle pieces. Also, Echo fixed the human floods climbing animations, by the way, so they're not flying off and just falling off and dying. We got mixing in some combat forms with Marines. Here's some shotgun ammo. Very chaotic, very fun here. Got some Sentinel Ferals joining the fun as well. Also with the reintroduction of the Flood Carrier. Ah! Chain reaction. Also, I don't know if this is broken in vanilla, but I think it was broken in vanilla, but I fixed it to where if you shoot off combat form's limbs for the human combat form, it properly ejects the infection form like it should. I know it worked for the elite form in vanilla, but I'm pretty sure it was broken for the human form because it was not. The things were not like. The infection form was not, like, inputted properly into its biped tag to eject.
Okay, let's find retreat!
What kind of kick was that? Also, my name is Lol added a bunch of marine armor permutations to the Flood, like helmets and the armor and the packs. Ah! I love my buddy sentence. I didn't want to go too crazy with a different Sentinel variant, but just a small difference in behavior, I think, works well for the role they play in this mission. Marines talk so much shit when you're their enemy. Gotta love that sped up shotgun reload as well. Somehow this Flood got stuck in a wall. Not sure how that happened. I think his body might have clipped through the wall and then he got revived in there. Shotgun Flood. On Legendary, this pours out a lot more respawners, but it stops if you just hold out. You can also fight your way through and the respawning will stop, similar to how it works in a lot of CE's encounters. So you can either hold out until they stop or push your way through. And there we go. And then this is the encounter we're going to be working on today, which is very, very basic at the moment. Like, the changes I've made to this encounter are dating to like 3 years ago, so nothing here is really polished, despite the fact that I added Marines. How much did you alter the Halo 2 Flood to make them fun? I brought their balancing much more in line to Halo CE, made them less spongy in general. Gave them better hit detection on their cores, so you land headshots more consistently. Made them behave more aggressively so they're not, like, meandering as much. Also gave these guys some Covenant weaponry, just to deal with the Sentinels. I don't know if we're gonna keep that.
I know that hurt.
We're gonna redo this whole encounter here. And I got some pretty clear ideas of what I want to do with it. Including having fun with the Eliminator Beam. This is one of those encounters that's just kind of aimless in vanilla, that you're just expected to work your way through while stuff just happens around you. I also altered the level design slightly here, so you can actually jump down here. I'm going to do something fun with this little space down here. This is also an alternate route you can now take. I don't know if the scripting in the mission accounts for this. I'll probably need to adjust the trigger volumes here so this transitions properly. A lot of the weapons and other stuff is not spawned in here yet, because I've adjusted the scripts and stuff. There's still gonna be a rocket launcher right here to deal with the Enforcer. Added this turret here, but I think I'm gonna move it somewhere else here. Also, none of the emitters are spawned in yet because I set them to not be automatically placed because they take up a lot of memory, so I'm spawning them in progressively as you go through the mission rather than having them always be spawned in. Also want to get the player good use out of the Eliminator Beam in this encounter as well. Since we teased it before, but I haven't made it, like, super available since the plug landing encounter. Sentinel Ferals and H3R are not likely at all because the context for none of the context in Halo 3 makes sense to have Sentinels that have been alive that long without any upkeep. Enforcers, unlikely, but you never know. Oh no, you lost your crown username? Okay, so let's first dive into the encounter script here. Encounter ledge A. Alright. And we're pretty much just gonna comment all of this out and rebuild it from basically scratch, which is what I've been doing so far. The first sort of thing I need to work out is spawning in the enemies when the piston opens rather than when you drop down, because you can see into here before you drop down, and so you can technically see them spawn in. That wouldn't be a problem if I don't spawn them in direct view of the player, but it'd probably be good to spawn them in once the piston is open. So I'll need to set that up in the script, adjust it in the script here. So instead of this, let's see. Let me adjust this, so instead of waiting until you're in a trigger volume, let's have it wait until you're in this trigger volume. Let's see. Have it wait until you're in the piston F trigger volume and the piston's position is 0 and above. So we have to handle how we spawn them first. Sleep until and you are both in this trigger volume and device get position piston F greater than 0. Okay. Okay, so that's the condition we're gonna wait for. And then I have to add that same condition into the general mission progression script. Alright, sleep until that, or the boolean g_leg a is true. Okay, I already have the test script set up for this. Say tella leg a. Okay, and then I think I also have it in, so in the Hall C script, it starts to mark the Hall C actors for despawning once the piston is also open. Okay, so it gives you like a guaranteed save if you've cleared out enough of the enemies and you've opened the piston. Also gonna add to here, if you're still swarmed with enemies, to not give you a guaranteed save. Wait until it's safe. Actually, that's supposed to go here. No, that works. Okay. This waits until you are in the trigger volume, piston is open, and certain enemies are thinned out. Okay, and then the ledge script will mark actors to be cleaned up. Let me also slip in a garbage collect now. Well, to clean up any garbage, because we're heading into here, because we're going to need a lot of AI spawned in initially here. Okay, let me go ahead and just wake this script that spawns in. Let me comment all this back in and just to see how well that is paced. Fixed a green door glitch. Yeah, that's because that happens because they didn't run PRT on this BSP, so the PRT object over here appeared as green. I don't even know if it's spawned in right now, but it no more green door in any case. Is this level that's needed the most changes so far? It's the level that's the worst of Halo 2 that I've worked on so far, that's for sure. I do not like Sacred Icon at all. And vanilla. Alright, let me test out the pacing of that. What level has been the most fun to work on? I had a ton of fun with Regret. This one has been treating me really well as well. Alright, got all the fun guys spawned in preemptively. Let me start that from Hall C, rushing through it, and see how that works as well. See if everything holds together. You have an infection form as a hat, sir. No!
Meet up! Eyes on!
Alright then.
Don't kill me. While I'm playing on normal? That's embarrassing. Okay, there we go. Everybody's spawned in as they should be. And everybody behind me is getting called out as they need to be. Alright, be good to go to start building this encounter proper. A short level do you think players will have the most fun with? I think Delta Halo is definitely going to be the standout. It's going to be like the 2 betrayals of H2R. So, a little twist that I want to add in here is that, if you remember, I'm actually doing something to where certain pistons are offline. So, I was thinking, wouldn't it be fun if, maybe on Heroic Up, this piston was offline, and you had to bring it back online by coming down here, and hitting a button, as you've been trained to do up to now. You've reactivated 2 pistons by this point. So, I think we'll still have it online on normal, but for Heroic and Legendary, we'll have it start offline. So yeah. Let me copy my script from the Flood Hall piston. Okay, let's re-comment all this out. This will be the first thing that I tackle with this encounter, since it's like the thing that happens between starting the encounter and ending the encounter. Are you sure I built around deathless runs on Legendary? Yeah, in general, I try to make encounters fair, where you can feasibly go through a deathless. Okay, what is the Flood Hall piston? It's piston E? Yeah, okay. Okay, so what is the piston name that we're working with here? Piston G, okay. Okay, you are going to start off initially. I also edited the piston shaders to have to glow red when it's off. Alright, and then if we're on normal difficulty, we're just gonna power it up. This will be the first script we wake. Wake, Ledge A piston control. Alright, and then conditional difficulty. Difficulty normal below. Again, device group set immediate. Pledge a piston to 1, so it's already powered up. And we're gonna attach the absorber to it. Alright, and then that will be that. Now for heroic above, difficulty heroic above. We need to create a separate version of the absorber. Place in another one of these. Grab it. Okay, and then I have a deactivated version of this that is red. Alright, so we're gonna call this Absorber G off. Gonna create that object, create Absorber G off, and then also object. Let's have the other absorber not spawn in initially either. Means I need to create it here. Object create absorber G. And this also means I need to check for if the absorber is within this trigger volume, i.e. if it's been created. And then I need to go to the piston control scripts in general. Checks for opening and closing it. Open piston. What is the script responsible? Open piston G. Okay, and then we need to have it check for if it's in the trigger volume. Alright, now we're going to attach the deactivated absorber to the piston, and then we're going to wait until the power for this piston is back on. So that is ledge a piston device group. And then after that's reactivated, we're going to set the power back on. we're gonna create the activated absorber. And then destroy the deactivated absorber. Thank you, Nonde, for the $5. You think there'll be a place in the current sandbox for an assault rifle type weapon? That is it's literally just the SMG. The SMG is the assault rifle. The SMG is just literally the CE assault rifle. We're talking about the Halo 3 assault rifle, then no, not as... Like, there's nothing... It wouldn't be a bad idea for you to do so, because Halo 3 basically does that, and Halo 3 is just like Halo 2's sandbox at the base anyway, but I don't feel the need to in Halo 2 anyway. Not as a main fixture of the sandbox anyway. You could always do Easter egg guns. Okay. All that absorber G off. Okay, now we're gonna come down here, and where should we put the control to get it back online? Probably like in the middle down here would make the most sense. It's the most visually eye-catching. Get a control panel in here. Facing the wrong way. And then a visual control panel, which is like not the actual controls, but it's scenery. That I'm going to use. Okay, where is it? This. Scale it down a little bit. This is what I've been using for the rest of the piston activation controls. Okay, I need to rotate it the other way. Alright, then create a copy of that is activated. All around shapes. There we go. Okay, and then we're gonna call this ledge A control on. Ledge A control off. Okay, and then that'll appear when you turn it on, obviously. Now I need the actual control here that you press. O6A piston control, turn that around. Get it into position. Okay. Put it in the position group for the ledge A piston. Let me double check that's how I should have it set up. Yep, needs to only be able to press it once. Okay, and then if we are on normal, we need to set this set its power to 0 so you can't press it because it's already open. Device set power ledge A piston control 0. Now I have to give it that name. Okay. Now test that all works. Alright, wake the script, wake ledge A piston control, and then also wake open piston G. Okay, can't press that, as I should. It's a learning process, lol dude. It's a gradual learning process. See if there's some overlap between the design issue of the SMG and plasma rifle? No way, they function way differently enough to where even if they have a similar role, there's still room for both of them. Even if something fulfills the same role, as long as it functions in a unique way, then it doesn't matter. Like the plasma rifle is battery based, overheats, and has a slow projectile. That's already way different enough from the SMG to justify itself, even if they did have the same role, which they don't. Okay, that works for normal. Let me just... swap these just so I can test this in Sapien. Make sure it works on Heroic Up. Making sure all the basic encounter progression stuff works before I start filling in everything in between. Alright, it is offline, as it should be. Can't do shit with this. Come down here. Power it back on. Give me a nice checkpoint to go along with that. Wanted there to be more of a reason to go down there because it's a cool little space. And now it's fucking. Yay! Okay, now the framework of the encounter is set up. What should we put in next? I have a good idea of all of the AI spawns that I want to have in this. Oh, one thing I do also want to do is, you know how these vents basically respawn flood combat forms infinitely? I thought, what if instead of that, since I have the mechanic of opening and closing the vents introduced earlier in this mission, what if we give the control of the vents over to the player so they can choose to open the vents themselves, which drops in respawning flood, infection, and combat forms to distract the Sentinels and Marines. And then Over on this side, the vents are already pre-opened, so you're more so interested in closing them once you've defeated all of the biggest bad guys. So let's get some vent controls up and going in here. The question is, where do I want to put the controls? I think probably like right here would make sense, or right here. Somewhere that is like plainly visible and accessible to the player. So probably, definitely facing in this direction. I think probably from a safe place, because there's going to be Marines on this ledge, so probably not there. Right here might not be the best place because it's kind of hard to see as you come into here, so it's easy to miss. You're going to be taking cover behind here anyway, so I think probably right here is going to make the most sense. Or like right here, because that gives you like a direct line of sight of all of the vents. We'll see. Alright, let's place that in there. I think that's a pretty good place for it. It's not too out of the way, it's pretty well in view. You have all the vents in view as you press it as well. And you're naturally going to probably come across it as you take cover from behind here. I feel like I should probably add something here to block the Enforcer's line of sight of you. That probably need to involve adjusting the level design there, because I feel like this area over here should probably be an unconditional sort of safe space for you to get your bearings, because the last thing we want is for players to get pinned down up into here and to feel like they can't like enter the encounter space at all. Probably adding like something jutting out of the wall right here that stops the Enforcer from seeing you the whole time. Alright, let's put a control here. Okay, that position group is going to be ledge AA vents. Alright, and then we're gonna put these as their position groups to ledge AA as well. They all open. How many are actually on this ledge? 4 or 3? Okay, 3 makes sense. Might be a good idea to have this one be like broken so it doesn't open, otherwise you'd be raining flood directly on top of your own head. Let me put it in my like broken version. Let me make a new one here so I can have it be slightly more open. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Then I'll add like spark effects up here to convey that it's broken. It can't open. Okay, for the other ones here, set the position group to ledge AA vents. Ledge AA vents. I'm fine with Halo discourse, but just don't turn it into a giant argument. Hold on, just timing a couple people out for being annoying. Okay. Close those. Need to have them not close automatically though. Not operate automatically, does not close automatically. What editing tool am I using? This is Halo 2 editing kit. An offshoot of the official tools that were made to make the game. Alright, so, contrary to that, on this side, we're gonna have the vents already opened and already pouring flood out, so you're more incentivized to close the vents to stop the flow of flood once you don't need them as distractions anymore, basically. And we're gonna put that in the same place. Where would that orientation be? Where would that orientation be? Would I consider putting out a 100% guide for CER? Not me, but if someone else wants to do that, I'd love to see it. Okay, and this is gonna be of the initial value of 1, so they start open, and then ledge A, B, vents. Right now, let's change these device groups to ledge AB. All right. And now they start open. Probably need something extra to draw the player's attention over here since it's facing away from them as they come in. This is a mirrored version of the other area. I feel like having it on this side of the area makes sense though, so you have to fight through it before you can close the vents. Using a special H2R promo blenders as thumbnails for the campaign missions. Thumbnails for the campaign missions? No, but we are going to remake all of the Xbox mission thumbnails for the menu. Okay, more framework stuff done. Okay, so now would be a good time to start working out the AI spawns and the spawning progression. So in terms of trigger volumes, this should be a pretty easy encounter to work out the progression of. As I like to do, as usual though, I like to sort of rebuild it from scratch. So we'll start by working out the basic placements of all the dudes in the encounter, including the Marines, Flood, and the Sentinels. We'll start with the Marines, since they are the sort of defensive fixture of this encounter. Adding some music by Neo Teika. No, we're not doing custom music as of right now. Hi, Luna. Okay, so I think what I want to do is have one Marine squad occupying right here, and then one Marine squad of like 2 Marines maybe occupying over here. They're sort of probably going to be the first guys that you go after. And then probably a couple Marines down here would also make sense. Or what I could do is I could have the Marines that spawn up here. Once they're weakened, they fall back down here. So, and then other than that, midpoint Marine spawns that guard this point up here, probably with like a turret right here. Makes sense. And then what I want to do is if you cross over to this side, the midpoint Marines will also migrate their firing positions to over on this side. So everybody in the encounter sort of follows you over, like the Enforcer does. Alright, so we'll say ledge A, Mar, ledge AA, Mar, right. Let's go 2 to 3. Probably just 2. Pledge a Marines. Turns into the human squad group. How defensively to a fault enemy Marines played in the last version of H2R. Is that still the case here? Yeah, I found that in testing the Marines, having them take cover really easily is a really important and vital part to making them fun to fight, because they should take cover when they receive some pushback from you, because that then gives you room to close the gap with them and ambush them. And I think ambushing the Marines and closing the gap is like sort of the key fun part of fighting them. Because their Marines are generally stronger when you're at range from them, but they are at their most vulnerable and weakest when you're right next to them, as long as you're not being super reckless and getting right up in their face at melee range. And then that is taken for a loop a little bit with the ODSTs, who are significantly more dangerous at close range with the new melee animations that we've added to them in this mod. Because they also stun really easily once you've done enough damage to them. So you can get them into a stun lock really easily if you are able to ambush them. So Marines are really vulnerable up close and isolated. They're strong in numbers and at range though. So, some semi-randomized placements of these guys. A couple of them spawn with magnums. Make a couple of them have a chance to be female. Okay, I'll work out all the firing positions and stuff for them. After that, I just want to get like everybody's placements sorted out first. Alright, so these guys are going to stick around the right, and then when they start to get weakened, they'll fall back to down here. Now for the left side, guys. Pledge AA. Our left. These guys are going to have a sergeant. I should probably put him in his own squad group. Or I might not need to. See. Just place Sarge back here. Have them always be placed as well. How many of these guys do I want to spawn? Let's spawn 4 to 5 of them. 4 on normal, 5 on heroic up. You are going to be Marine, Sergeant, Active Variant, Sarge, Gruff, Enemy, and Sergeants. I tend to have Sergeants be the ones that hold battle rifles. Everybody else has SMGs and Magnums. Okay. So you're gonna always be placed then. Generally out of view as we come to the encounter. Okay. Now for the rest of the Marines. Have one of these guys be a comms pack variant that always spawns here. Let's go. Default. Hockey comms. I haven't placed a comms pack Marine yet so far. Have you be a female. Let's place another female over here. Male over here. here. Have them enter in the middle of the arena before moving back to where we'll generally be occupying. Alright, and now you'll have a magnum, you'll have a magnum. And you'll have a magnum. Thank you, ImaginArt, for the $2. What happened to that new area you made last week? It's done. Fully complete. Minus textures and non-essential decorations. Now, guys at the midpoint. So, ledge, A, Mar, mid. These guys are going to be sort of the wall that sort of stop you from progressing too fast. How many of these guys should I spawn? Let's say 3 on normal, 4 on heroic. Up. We are gonna have one guy on a turret. About right here. Let's see. Vehicle. H turret AP. T type. I think I'll also give one of these guys a shotgun as well. Actually, I'll have a sergeant in this squad and I'll give him a shotgun. So Sarge is going to be right here. Sarge, cautious, enemy. You're going to have a shotgun. Okay. Sarge, and you're always placed. And the turret guy is also always placed. That is the wrong turret, by the way. I meant it to be H turret MP. So you can break it off and grab the GPMG from it. Let's have one of you spawn in as female. Okay, and these guys are gonna defend this ledge. Randomize promotions to enemies on Legendary. It's already randomized to a degree. It's like very controlled RNG is how the upgrade system works for difficulty. Elites and Marines use the GPMG? Yes. So can Jackals, if you give it to them. The Sergeants for the Marines I've made to function basically as the same way that Elites do to the Grunts. If you kill the Sergeant in a squad, it'll make the remaining Marines in that squad fall back to a defensive position. Okay, so that's all the Marines here. Now for the Marines on Ledge BB. Hold on, let me work out all of the squads for Ledge AA first. Alright, so let me make a script for that. So go Wake, Ledge AA, Marsen. Script Dormant Ledge AA Mars Sentinels. It's gonna handle the spawning for both the Sentinels and the Marines on the side. Alright, so AI place Ledge AA R right, left, and mid. Have a very short sleep time. Spawn these guys in. Okay, and just like the vanilla, we're gonna have 2 enforcers that spawn and sort of hover over the ledge here. Or not enforcers, eliminators. Which will also give you access to the eliminator beam if you kill them, where you could grab the weapon. So, ledge, AA, Elim. Have 2 of them. They're going to be parented to Ledge A Sentinels. Thank you, Jake, for the $5. Distraction, distraction, do not read. Oh, I already failed, sorry. Did you block jackals with shields from being traded 2-handed weapons? No. That's way too much of a pain in the ass to account for. And plus it's just fun to give them 2-handed weapons anyway. Thank you, ImaginArt, for the $2. How many people were on an Amber Clad? You're adding so many uns. I would say probably 400, around 400 people in total, I would say. It was like this entire staging operation for the Battle of Earth on the surface, so it's probably fully stocked with dudes. Dudes and guns. Yeah, Feral Sentinels attack everybody. That is their enemy. Alright, where will we place y'all? Might up that to 3 eliminators on legendary, but we'll see. And then as for the enforcer, I'm actually gonna delay his spawn a little bit until you move into the area or you've thinned some guys out, so he's not suppressing you back into this little hole back here. Ledge A enforcer. So if I'm gonna spawn him in not right away, then I need to hide him at first. So we'll have him like spawn up here and then move down. There we go. Alright, so he's gonna spawn in until you either move forward or like you've thinned dudes out. Probably spawn him like away, a distance away from here, but still in view. And then there's also, I also want some combat forms and infection forms out here to be initially harassing the Marines. So, Ledge AA Flood Initial. Plans for Flood Crewmen. Not really. I don't really see a great place to put them in the game. And except for like High Charity, and by High Charity I would already be favoring other elite combat form ranks and Flood ODST, since they're the last time that Human Flood can appear. But maybe. Too early for them here in any case. Alright, Flood Combat Human. Let's spawn in like 4 of these dudes initially. 3 would probably make more sense. Turn to Ledge A Flood. These guys are gonna be fucking up the Marines as you come in. And they're probably gonna get, the Flood are probably gonna get wiped out pretty quickly, but that's enough time for you to slip in and do what you need to. Some of y'all are gonna have weapons, some of you won't. Let's give you guys SMGs, let's give you a battle rifle, and let's give you a Magnum. Also, I want some initial infection forms too. Ledge AA Imp Initial. Gonna have 4 spawns of them. Probably to have like spawning more Marines on higher difficulties. I probably might need more infection forms to distract them for longer to match. So let's go 3 spawns on normal and heroic, and 4 spawns on legendary. Spawn some in the corner over here. A swarm count of, let's say, 4 of them. Some over here. Here. Down here. And Alright, so there's some chaos going on by the time you enter into here. So that's gonna make up the dudes that inhabit this space, not counting the respawners. Alright, and now let's work out the pacing of spawning them all. AI place ledge A. Sentinels. Yeah, I play Sledge AA, Flood Initial. Infection Initial, and then Sleep 2 ticks. AI Magically C. Ledge AA Mar left. C's Ledge AA Flood Initial. So they're already fighting by the time you get in. Juggernaut's going to be at the end of the mission, because there's a cut encounter with lots of dialogue referring to him during the Covenant defense section. Make another script for the flood respawning. Okay, and then that's gonna wait until you've opened the shutters. Shut this looping script down once you've exited the area. So we're gonna go sleep until device group get. Probably spawn in an initial batch of guys that are waiting to get in, so they drop in as soon as you open the vents would probably be a good idea. Go ahead and slip that in. AI place ledge AA flood respawn and infection respawn. We're gonna have a separate squad. Alright, and then device group ledge, AA vents. Place a batch of them. And then also we're gonna wait until they are dead. Slip that in somewhere else. Alright, sleep until AI living count. And AI non-swarm count. Pledge AA. Flood respawn is 1 or less. Actually, let's wait until they're fully killed. And for the infection forms, wait until there is less than, say, 4 of them alive. Then we're gonna sleep. Random range between 3 seconds and however many seconds 240 tick says. And then we're gonna restart the loop. Spawn more in. Okay, let me test out how the pacing on that feels. Oh, I need to make the actual squad for them first. Okay. Ledge AA. Flood respawn. Gonna spawn 2 of them per batch. Spawns in each of these events here, and have one that's unarmed, one that has an SMG, and one that has a Magnum. Actually, I probably don't want to put too many in one, but actually it doesn't matter. Oh right, this event's not going to be operable, only these 2 over here. Okay, unarmed, SMG, Magnum, battle rifle. Unarmed, SMG, Magnum, and VR. I think I might also have to make sure they don't die when they're coming in, because I think the vanilla scripts did that as well, but I think that's because they didn't die from fall damage, they died from like getting splattered on the door opening once they approached it. But that shouldn't be a problem now since they only spawn if the door is open anyway. But yeah, that was really annoying in vanilla, and you could tell they were scripted to be invincible a few seconds after they spawn in, because you literally cannot kill them until after a few seconds of them falling out of the vent. Alright. Pledge AA Inf. Respawn as well. We have 2 spawns of them as well. Need to give infection forms their own squad group as well, I think. In fact, I need to give the entirety of the Ledge A enemies their own parent squad group. Ledge A infection. Granted to... Actually, no, I can't do that because then they would all be under... They wouldn't be able to inherit their own team squad group. I need to make sure these fucking infection forms don't get messed up. Like, make sure they can actually pathfind out of here. I'm gonna have a swarm count of 4 per squad. Because the infection forms, pathfinding, and Halo 2 is exceptionally terrible, so I have to make sure they get where they need to be. In fact, I think what I'm gonna do is their spawn count to 1. And in here, we're gonna stagger out their spawns a little bit. Sleep. Random range from 15 ticks to 3 seconds. There we go. Okay, let's see how the pacing of their respawns feel. Spawning infection forms down here is not a good idea because their pathfinding fucking ruins them and makes them run into a corner endlessly. Oh god. Spawn them on here. Alright, let's open the vent. Splattering the combat forms that are on the vent up there. Let me make it so they can't die. Just for this first part. AI actors ledge A flood respawn. Okay, and then once the vents are open, we'll let them take damage again. The infection forms there seem to fall out just fine. What is it waiting on? How are there 3 of them alive? What the hell? The fuck are they doing? Why did you stop here? I mean, you can't pathfind down here because I don't have any orders set for him yet. Probably need to add some jump pins here if this is a pathfindable space. Let me see. No, this is not a pathfindable thingy here. It's too steep. Let me see. Thank you, ImaginArt, for the $2. Can you melee a flood like in Halo 3? No. But they're not as ridiculously resistant to melee as they are in vanilla. I need disabled light maps. I can see. Need a jump hint going down here. As well as a jump hint going down here. It's a very real chance they could come out of here and fall off the map. I need to pay attention to that. We also give them a zone set to use, just so they can move around. Ledge A, floor. Playlist of your work building CE rebalance? Halo 1 rebalance? I didn't do that many dev streams of HCER. Come on, combat forms, get down here. You disappoint me. Might have to take a look at how vanilla got them out of here, out of these vents. God damn it, Bungie, why'd you have to make it a non-pathfindable slope instead of just dropping them down straight up? Alright, I guess I have to check how Bungie did it. Ledge A, Flood E. They must have a command script that spawns them in. That they're spawned with. Entry script, make invulnerable. DS run command script, invulnerable. Enable moving, cannot take damage. That doesn't. How does that get them out of there, though? Where are the flood squads that spawn out of these vents? Why are these guys just spawning in midair? Initial movement distance 9. Okay, I guess I just have to get them to move farther. Movement distance 9. A little faster, please, sometime today. There you go. The infection forms seem to get out of there just fine. I need to make sure that these guys do not fall to their death, though. should just be a matter of their positioning as they're spawned in. Move them all over to the left here. Alright. Retest the respawning script again. Fellas. Well, that killed him. Excuse me, Sapien? Actor-meta.active equals testbit squad-flags squad runtime active bit. Assertion messages so helpful and descriptive and opaque and transparent as I want them to be. Haven't seen that one before. Okay, I guess that was to do with the fucking shit that I made them not able to die and not take damage, although that didn't seem to help for shit. May wait like 30 ticks. There's one guy still alive somewhere. Hello? What the fuck are you doing down there? Bungie, did you really not put a kill volume down there? Bungie? This could have broken the scripts in the vanilla game too. Because Flood can't die from fall damage. Just Bungie, you really didn't put a kill volume down here. Jesus Christ, okay. Stupid as fuck. I'll fix that. Can't be having that. Just relying on the fall timer to kill the player if they fall down here. God forbid if you somehow survive falling down here and you get soft locked. Make sure there's nowhere you can land down here and survive. And also means there's no kill volume, like, on the other version of this BSP either. So if you find somewhere that you can fall down to and survive, you're soft locked if you get a checkpoint. That would be bad. That's indeed very bad. Let's prevent that from happening. Yes, thank you. And there's a kill volume right here in the doorway. So yeah, apparently Flood can, if they fall off the map there, they can just like fall down there and exist forever. Unless the Halo 2 Flood aren't immune to fall damage and I'm misremembering. Although I don't think fall damage any biped has any fall damage in Halo 2. It's all handled by the fall timer. Alright, crisis narrowly averted there. What am I planning to do with Halo 4 rebalance? I don't know. That's a whole can of worms. Make the Prometheans fun, for one. This is why we rigorously test things. Weird issues pop up that you never would have thought of. They're just itching to get in. Good thing about spawning new infection forms is they also dynamically control like the amount of combat forms that are active as well. Let me make the timeout longer. Let's go like 6 seconds versus 300 ticks. To make sure these infection forms always get out and aren't meandering around inside, so let's have it so when they spawn in, tick 2 ticks, AI magically see object, ledge AA, imp respawn player 0. Oh, that guy barely survived. So many bodies. I might need to like intermittently garbage collect with this script because there's just so many flood bodies. We'll see. Keep respawning flood here if you're on the other side as well. Probably not. But I'll leave it to spawn normally as is, and then we'll see if it gets too overwhelming. And sentinels busy while you're here doing stuff, flanking around them and all that. Okay. Now let's get the enforcers spawn timing all sorted out. Give the enforcer his own script. Script dormant AI ledge A enforcer. Alright, what we're gonna do is sleep until either you've moved up, weaken the enemies, or after a timeout. So let's see. What volume can I use here? TV ledge B. Okay. So after you move into the area is when we're gonna spawn the enforcer. Volume test objects TV ledge A top B. Or let's see. Or AI strength ledge A Mar right. Less than 50% strength for them, and less than, say, 75% strength for the left guys. Okay, then that's when we'll spawn him in, and then we'll have a timeout on that of, like, let's say 1,000 ticks. Wonder if I should also check the strength of the sentinels. Nah. Yeah, I place ledge A enforcer. Okay, and then I think I'm gonna have in vanilla. The game has him dynamically switch to the left. Has him follow you to the left and right areas. So I'm probably gonna have a loop here that has him do the same thing. If just having him regularly follow you won't suffice. Let me check out how vanilla handled him following you around. Ledge A enforcer, ledge A enforcer, LT. Okay, so it migrates him to different orders depending on AI triggers. If player in trigger volume. Okay, I can just use those orders then. That's all already sorted out. Thanks to Bungo. Ledge A, Enforcer, LT. Okay, let's see how this first half of the encounter plays with all that. Oh right, I actually have to give them orders and shit. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a refill on my drink and use the bathroom. Alright, so what was I going to do? I was gonna see how the encounter played, right? And for that, I needed to actually give all these people their own god dang firing positions. So I think I want to redo that from scratch. Let me first check all of the jump hints here and make sure the Marines can use them properly. Yeah, we need more jump hints here and there. Climb hints too would not hurt either. So only the Flood can use these. Setting the force jump height to tower. Also need to correct these. So that I adjusted these ledges. Why did Bungie make the Flood able to jump across these? I guess because they might have had some spawns planned for them in here. Should I timestamp every time somebody compliments the Sacred Icon ambience? That's climb hints here as well. no jump hints on this ledge here. Probably add some going down for any flood that happened to chase you from Hull C. Alright, should be well pathfindable for everybody who needs to be in here. About your allies following you after the gondola? That's not really a good idea. It's good that they die at the gondola point, because then you're left alone when the flood gets introduced. And also, it's a really, really awkward space to try to make them follow you. The environment lighting looks a lot better. We do have the only thing I can think of that's different about the lighting here is that the bloom values are adjusted to be more consistent across the whole campaign. We also have some adjusted lighting code with the soft shadows, like with Arbiter's Shadow here, thanks to Vithokril, I think, who did that. If it wasn't Vithokril who did that, I'm really sorry. Thank you, YupYap, for the $50. Since Halo Studios 343 is done with the Blam engine, do you think one day it could be open source for modders, or am I smoking the hopium? I mean, I hope so. That would be fucking amazing. I would love to learn a little bit about the inner workings of Halo's code. Thank you so much, YupYap. Okay, now I would like to redo all of the firing positions for this area, which would also mean I need to see what kind of extra scenery and object placements that I would want to put in here. So, considering the Marine presence here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add some covers that the Marines have brought into here. Like this. And probably one up here. Doesn't need to be too much because there's already lots of cover here placed. Placing that means I also need to adjust the placement of the jump handle that is here. Unleashed recompiled. Very well done. Yeah, if I ever played Unleashed, I would definitely play it there because I do not want to play Unleashed at 30 FPS. I've only ever played Unleashed once, though, from start to end. And I need to give something for these guys over here to cover behind as well. Play some great. Something of a little defensive divider for this part up here. Let's make this CB turret. Get it like that. About right here. What other sort of UNSC equipment? Probably want to put something right here as well. Ideally, maybe something you could hide behind from the Enforcer. Although if you're in cover, he's just gonna shoot rockets at you from this angle anyway. But probably need to add something to the wall here and jut that out to block line of sight from the Enforcer, so this corner over here is safe. I'm feeling I also want to put like a weapons crate back here, using Luna's ported gun rack from Halo 3. Ported and modified. What should be in this crates? The rockets are gonna be over here. Need to be over here. We could maybe put some extra rocket ammo in here, and you could like come loop back around over into here and pick that up. Probably not a sniper rifle. I have snipers earlier on in the mission, but I don't want to oversaturate the mission with them too much. Technical possibility to get it working on Project Cartographer once release tags. As long as Project Cartographer, as long as mods on Project Cartographer have to keep the same file size for the maps, it's literally impossible to add anything. I would increase the file size. Let's see. We're heavily featuring the shotgun eliminator beam here in this segment of the mission. We have a shotgun crate. We also have what else do we have? This combination of stuff, this combination of stuff. Also have some variations of like the two-sided gun rack, but we won't put that here. The gun rack is Luna's work. What should I put in here? Can't be a rocket launcher, can't be a sniper rifle. And can't be a GPMG because there's gonna be one right here. Feeling probably like BRs. Do I have a mix of magnums and BRs? Not on this version. Version full of BRs feels about right. Don't I have a version of... Wait, do I not have a version of BRs and a shotgun? I feel like BRs and a shotgun is what I want here. BRs and like 5 BRs, 2 shotguns. Do I have that variant? I make that. I should make a variant that has the shotgun and BR. Alright, BR. Go mixed 04. 3. What marker would I use for putting the shotguns over here? A sniper markers. Yeah, there we go. That feels right to have here. What should we have down here now that I think about it? Probably a grenades case, along with the health packs makes sense. 2 health packs down here. Oh no, I'm out of equipment spawns. Grenade case supported for Halo 3, Luna also made. Let's have 3 grenades in this one. I want to put another health pack here, but I'm out of equipment placements. This BSP. Or for the map. Get rid of some shit over here. I'm gonna replace all this stuff anyway. Why does there have to be so many frag grenades over here? weapon and grenade crates are also a great way to circumvent the equipment and weapon limit for how many you can place. I love comically large video game health packs. Probably also put a little bit of ammo down here. Shotgun ammo. There is a frag grenade hiding under the floor here. Don't need that anymore. Any other frag grenades are hiding under here? Aha! Considered making a Blue Sky account? Yeah, I have. I'm just like lazy. I don't feel like an immediate need to. I'll do it once Twitter inevitably like becomes so unusable and filled with white supremacists that you have to move. Another health pack here. This health pack spawns on normal. Okay, so keep just one health pack here. We also make this a medical crate. There's also a BR that spawns right here. Looks like I need the Marines over here. I need to give them something more to pick cover behind. Really like put a crate packing giant over here. What I could do, actually, move this cover that's against the edge here, move it to be against this edge instead. I feel like it makes sense to do the same with this. If I do that, it probably makes sense to mirror that change over here as well. Now I feel like you need something to take cover behind. Something more to take cover behind while you're over here. I could add cover like right here on the corner here. I feel like giving these two sides slightly different cover layouts would probably be a good idea. Make them a little bit more, feel a little bit more distinct from one another. So I'm gonna have a squad of Marines guarding the piston up here. Using the cover with that in mind. Go about like right here. let's see. Do I want up here? Stack some boxes in this corner. Probably want another gun rack in here somewhere as well. Oh yeah, before I forget, let me also need to call in and out these gun racks as needed. Ledge A, crate 1. I said I was also gonna put some rocket launcher ammo on here as well. Nice and snug. I like stacking boxes. Anywhere gun rack should go probably would be right here. Don't know if I necessarily even want this to be filled with anything, but let's see. It doesn't really matter too much what I fill with this, but I kind of feeling like I want to fill it with SMG and a shotgun. Let me make a variant for that. Sure the player can keep stocked up on shotgun ammo. Feature heavily here. Not the empty gun rack. Box of grenades going over here as well. Let's put 2 grenades in here. Hi, Beethovenus. Hi there. We showed off human flood transformations to dead Marines earlier. These midpoint Marines will transition over to this side. Let me also give you something small to cover behind here. Okay, now this Marine position here. Should I put another piece of cover here? Gonna have some Marines defending this position. Something going about like that, maybe. And probably like closed gun rack back here just to fill the space. Small case. Then probably put a dead Marine back here with the magnums that are usually placed right here. I'll keep these magnums. Basically inviting you to dual wield them. Get rid of these grenades though, because I can put them in a crate and free up some equipment space. Yeah, what dead Marines do I want to have here as well? Because they need to be able to be infected by the flood, any bodies that I put in here. Is there going to be any Amogus reference here? Because RB is venting. We are doing a lot of vents. Yeah, need to give one more crate for the Marines here to gather it behind. Okay, just a little bit of a defensible. How'd the Marines get the crates covering cargo up to that space though? The same way the Covenant do. It's not my responsibility to answer how they do that. Also have some blood spawn behind them at some point if I wanted to get spicy. Okay, I think that's good for all the cover placements here. Let me redo all the zones here. One of my favorite pastimes, placing my multicolored squares. I'm gonna just delete all of these and start from scratch. I'm gonna start with these dudes over here. after these Marines take enough damage, they're gonna fall back to down here. So let's build this space with that in mind. Can you have them toss grenades into that hallway if they were to retreat? Into what hallway? Area that leads you into the lower part? Why would they throw a grenade into the hallway that they're retreating into? That would be a very hyper-specific and very excessively esoteric detail to add that I don't think anybody would notice. Takes care of the Marines for down here. Now for here. Having them fight and move in a way that makes sense. If the Flood's fallback melee can be made to deal less damage than the regular one, it does. if they melee you with their off arm, it only has like 1 frame of damage as opposed to their tentacle, which has several frames of damage. Also let these Marines over here search to this spot right here, if they're not yet weakened. Okay, now the guys that occupy this space up here. We also regenerate pathfinding since I added so many scenery objects. We place them down. Ledge A, Mar, mid. Ledge A, Mar, mid. See where the turret guy is. Oh yeah, I also need to give him the CS stay shooting command script, so he doesn't get out of his turret like a dumb fuck, like he did just now. Something Bungie had to do themselves because the AI will not stay in the turret if they don't have any targets to fire on. Very annoying behavior. These Marines are also going to fall back if their sergeant dies, so we'll have some fallback positions here that allow you to break through. have an ODST attach a TPMG like it did the Elite do with the Plasma Cannon in Metropolis? Maybe. Not a bad idea. Yeah, that animation's also good. I'd like to include that in ODSTR. Okay, now I need to give them firing positions for if you skip over to this side, they will follow you over. That are over here. Yeah. Ranks of UNSC or Sentinels can we expect? We got the Halo 1 Sentinel that's used on the Alpha Cache Giant missions. We have the installation of 5 Sentinels, which are all shielded. Then we have the Sentinel Feral that can bite you, and we have the Sentinel Eliminator that is also on this mission. For the Marines, we have the Marine Sergeant and ODST, and the ODST Sergeant. And then there are not going to be any Marines on the upper level here, but there will be on the lower level, sort of guarding the switch down here. This is going to be a fun encounter. So many ways to go through it, because there's so many different routes. What difference does Sentinel being shielded make when it's already weak to plasma at its base? Well, it gives more health to it, obviously. But I also tweaked it so the Sentinels will take more damage in general to bullet weapons. So there's a bigger difference in how it still takes less damage to its shields than it will to its body. Plasma still does more damage to the Sentinel body, though. The shield also stops the carbine from being extremely dominant against the Sentinels, like it is in the Alpha Gas Giant missions, because the carbine also does extra damage to the Sentinel body, but does not do extra damage to energy shields. Thin energy shields, anyway. Personal energy shields. So you're better off using a plasma weapon than just the carbine in this mission. Okay, that does it for all the marine firing positions. Now let's just scatter around a whole bunch of fucking firing positions for the Flood to use. They can just go anywhere. Anywhere their heart desires. Flood is to be free to pathfind everywhere. Yeah, it's so fucking easy. It is so easy to figure out the firing positions and orders for the Flood. Halo CER isn't working when you download from the Steam Workshop. Okay, and then all the sentinel firing positions can stay intact. I need to make the orders for them. Edge AA, Mar R. Have these guys be bunkering. Inhibit vehicle use. They are going to start out over here. Able to search over here. And then when they are less than, say, 60% strength, we're going to fall back down here. Okay, and now for the left side, dudes. They're gonna have it here. Search back here. Then their fallback is going to be dependent on whether or not the sergeant is alive. I'm gonna script. Since the sergeant is part of this squad, I'm gonna script when they fall back. I'm gonna make that its own order. A floor, they're gonna fall back to here and here. Also able to search down here. Okay, and then for the mid-marines, I'm gonna do the same thing that we did with the enforcer here and have them dynamically switch where they are positioned depending on where in the area you are. And have these guys be aggressive to defend this part. Switch to here. What is that trigger? Ledge A, Enforcer LT, RT. I might need to make this its own order depending because of how the trigger works. Ledge A, Marmid L. I'm gonna transition over to this order if you are over here. Let me take a look at the Enforcer's order here. Ledge A, Enforcer, RT. Okay, gonna use that same trigger. Ledge A, Marmid R, we're gonna call this. They are gonna travel over here. We're gonna go back to the other order if you go back to the other side. Okay. That should keep them on your ass. Who else needs orders? Sentinels, the initial eliminators. Let's see, these guys should work the same way as the Enforcer and follow you around. In fact, I think I might just be able to make them use their vanilla orders. But I do want to have them hovering over the ground more, so you get more opportunities to take their Eliminator Beam. Let's see, Ledge A, Sentinel initial. This is for this side. This is for if you're on the bottom. And transition to this if you're on the top. Follow closest area. Follow closest player. I'll probably need to make my own orders for this. Ledge A. Ledge AA Sen. ledge A, A, elim. Okay. Okay, so I want these guys to hover over the ground some more, but not like... This is way too close here. Let me move a lot of these back. That right there is what I was thinking of. Also, this is way too low to the ground as well. I don't know why Bungie has the Sentinels always firing so low to the ground. In this game. Not going to have any emitters active on this side, but we are going to have active emitters on the midpoint and the other side. Okay, that should do well for getting the enforcers over the edge here. And what we're gonna do... Let's see. Where should we have them? Gonna let them fire from here, 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 and from down here, we're gonna let them search. You happen to be down here. Okay. That should give you plenty of opportunities to get them, to kill them over the ground. Alright, and then they need to follow you over to the other side with the enforcer. So, that's gonna be ledge ART. It'll be ledge AB elim. I'm gonna also rename this to that same, be a consistent naming scheme. A marmid. Ay, AB marmid. Bigfoot, you're a cryptid. You don't even exist. Savage. The same with them on this side. I think I'm gonna keep these though, because I'm gonna have some. I think I'm gonna have some feral sentinels over here pre-engaged with the flood when you enter. So I'm gonna keep those, but if they're gonna be used by the feral sentinels, I'm probably gonna move them a little bit lower, so they're in line to bite them. Those are already low enough. We need to make some firing positions for the eliminators to use. Okay, that should do it for the eliminators. Now for the flood. Don't need to worry about giving the infection forms orders. For the initial flood here, let's see. I think just having orders for flood on this side would make the most sense. Thing in combat, and then let them go wherever the heck they want. They're in charge of their own destiny. Might as well handle this the same way we do the other guys. Have them move over to this side if you're on this side. No reason to let them go to waste. How far is this into the level? We're well over halfway. Having a drone attack you unarmed? An unarmed drone that just goes in for melees? Could be possible. That'd be scary to face as an ODST. Give those same orders to the respawning flood. The weak glowing ones? Oh, I know what the ones you're talking about. The ones that you fight in the cavern that die in like one shot to the carbine. Allied Enforcer in the last level? I don't know, but maybe. So don't think the Enforcer would have any reason to be allied with the Arbiter. In fact, he has every reason to be allied against the Arbiter because he's trying to prevent the ring from being activated. Okay, that should do it for all the AI orders for everybody that we have so far. The first half of this area and all its AI spawns should be in. I still need to spawn in all of the emitters. All of them on the first half are going to be destroyed. All the ones on the second half, some of them are going to be active. So let's see. What are these named by? Ledge AM. Okay. All of these are going to be destroyed. Ones in the midpoint, some of them are going to be active though. The Marines at the midpoint are going to have like 2 sentinels defending them. And then once you weaken the guys on this first half, I'm going to spawn some flood behind the midpoint guys so they're distracted and you can push up toward them. What you do with the sticky launcher in H4R? I'm not sure. It's like ridiculously overpowered. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or if we want to reel it in a little bit more. I would have to see. Okay, but for real, Bungie, we do not need like 2 rows of emitters. Let's not have any on the back wall. Keep these despawned. Like, this area is... If you ever wondered why people tend to just rush through this area, it's because there's so much fucking respawning bullshit that it literally doesn't feel worth it to fight any of the enemies here. Because they're just constantly respawning. Yeah, don't spawn those in. Just keep those out of here. As for all these emitters are going to be active after you activate the switch here. Which one of these do I want to be active? Probably the ones that are closest to the door. Makes sense. So this one can stay dead. And leaves these. Let's have these start, actually. Yeah, have them start closed and then we'll spawn them in. Okay, I need to spawn them in scripts too. Object, create, meaning, J emitter. Also, I need to tell the game to spawn in various difficulty items. I think I already did earlier in this. Yeah, I spawned them in during All C, but I need to make sure I do that in the test script as well. Okay, as for the emitters in here, we are going to spawn all of these in, and one be chosen to be randomly active here. Or no, that'd be annoying. It's a script. I only want like 2 of them active in here. And I want them like open right from the start. so many emitters to create. I should probably pace them out a little bit. First, we're going to create Q, P, B, and A. Okay, and then I'm gonna wait like 2 seconds and then create the rest of them. Is the destroyed Scorpion in CER set up to where it could be used as a destruction model for the regular Scorpion? Theoretically, maybe? I don't know. It's a scenery object, so it doesn't have its own collision. I forget how collision stuff like that works in C, though. It doesn't have its own physics collision, I mean. Okay, so I only want like 2 of these to be open. Probably this one and this one. The rest of these can all be dead. These are going to be open initially. And these are gonna open later. Oh, where'd my bottle cap go? Ugh. Yeah, leveler. If the vents are closed, it'll wait until we open again before it spawns more. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, puppy dog making a cameo. Puppy dog making a cameo. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, silly. Hi. This is Sophie. Hi. Hi. So wiggly. So wiggly. And now here's Loki. Hi, Loki. Hi, Loki. Here's another dog. Here's another puppy. Oh, we're covered in puppies. There's so many puppies. Oh no. Oh no, the puppy dog. Okay, you need to get out. Get out. Get out. Go. Get out of here. Get out. Ugh. Ugh. Puppy dogs. Another balance question. Do you think it'd be fair for the Reach's grenade launcher EMP to grenade to do more EMP damage? The cost of raw damage? Yeah, of course. That's like the way it's balanced. It's just that the EMP grenade does not actually do its job in EMP. Okay, ready to start the first round of playtesting for the first half of this encounter. Might be really overwhelming, might need to put some weapon placements here and there. We'll see. Probably need to put a, yeah, probably like a emergency fallback sentinel beam. Because I'm pretty sure there's a sentinel beam here in vanilla. Let me put that in. Need to like give myself weapons that you're likely to have by this point. Get over here. Get your sentinel. Yes, me. Oh yeah, I need to get the sergeant just going here. There'll be Marines falling back when the sergeant dies.
Anyone else see it? I can blood through the cyborg. What do you got? That's it. Make him mad. We'll fight.
Let's unleash the flood. Hee. happened to the Enforcer? Did I not... What happened to the Enforcer? Did I not wake its script? I must not have. Let me do that. Fake AI ledge egg. Sorry. There he is. I need something for you to take cover behind, like over here, as you come out of this hole. Also, I need to get these floods to not fall down here when you have the vents open. I need them to land up on the upper level so they actually more likely to go after the Marines. Okay, so far so good. Got you transitioning over here correctly. Yep. It'll always overheat, little dude, unless you put it away first. You can stow the Illuminator beam mid-burst, and that'll stop it. Okay. So I need to get the orders for the Marines here working. Get the Sergeant scripts working. Yeah, living count. Ledge AA Mar L Sarge. Wait till he's dead. I'll also have them fall back to those orders once they're like excessively weakened. That'll be... Hunter versus Enforcer encounters? No. Can't blow the ally Hunter load before Great Journey. Go if less than 30%. And that AI scene and also AI set. Orders. Ledge AA Mar L, Ledge AA Mar L, fallback. And need to check for the other guys. Our mid. They're gonna fall back. Also gonna have them dismount the turret if you kill the sergeant. Okay, they're gonna fall back to these positions. Okay. Alright, now we need to take care of the sentinels that accompany these marines. Just 2 of them at a time. Ledge AA. Ledge AA. Send mid. Standard sentinels. Just gonna use this order. We're going to occupy the mid-space, play defensively to cover these marines. It's going to have them follow closest players since there's only 2 firing points here. Okay, and also need to make them not so low to the ground too, so they're not running right into the marines. There are a lot of different moving parts to this encounter. All right, move all that up. What emitters are going to be open? It was this one, E and D. Okay. Alright, so this is how the emitters work, by the way. Place these guys down and then set their emitter vehicle to the right thing. So whenever you spawn them in, they'll spawn out of the emitter. D, E. Okay, now we need to make a respawning script for them. Continuously spawns them in until the emitters are destroyed. Gonna use the script for them. Sleep until we release them in. Yeah, place ledge A. Adjacent mid. On 2 of them in. That should work correctly, right? Need to wait until the emitters are actually created first. Yeah, wait. Need to wait 70 ticks for that. Let me create D and E initially as well. Okay, perfect. Hi there, Jaden. Doing good. I think I'll have a launch trailer, 0, for when that comes. Alright, and then we are gonna make a looping script here. Sleep until begin. Exit condition is gonna be either exiting the area, it's trigger volume, test objects, TV, conduit B is the trigger volume for that. Either that, I'll use the piston trigger volume. TV, piston G. Okay, so either that or both of these emitters are destroyed. Object, get health. Ledge AMD 0 and E. Okay, so we're gonna wait until AI living count ledge a send mid is less than 2. Gonna sleep random range between 100 ticks and 180 ticks. And we're gonna place another one. AI place ledge a send mid. Will you ever do a room tour? Want to see this stuff on your desk? I can do that right now. Just grab the camera stick that I have. See most of my desk already. Here's my monitors. I got 2 monitors, Blue Yeti mic, Got fucking shelf up there. I got epic YouTube streamer, plastic foam things, epic posters, closet, dresser, poster, door, fan, laundry, and dog. There he is. I got my PC right behind my camera as well, and window. Look at this, my tower, my pride and joy. Okay, let me test this. I don't use Windows 11 now. Not interested in being Microsoft's beta tester for a new operating system. This one works just fine. Windows 10 works just fine for me. Currently making a Left 4 Dead 2 map. Fun. I love Left 4 Dead 2. Sacreding the icon. Hi, Madam Lava. It goes really good. This is like a really complex encounter that we're working on here, so it's taking a while. We're just about to run some playtests. Love how they screamed when they saw me.
Sergeant John, fall back!
That's been spawned in everyone at once. I only wanted to test these guys over here, but I'm testing everyone all at once. Just a little bit. Okay. That's pretty reasonable. Wait at least 5 seconds to start spawning new guys. Also, Hero Sakurai's approach to difficulty balancing, where you tune it to feel just right for you and then make it a little easier from there. Yeah, absolutely. That is like one of the most important things I've ever learned, is that if a game's difficulty feels just right for you, it's impossible for everyone else. It should be piss easy to the developer, so it can be just right for everyone else. That's a good way to get past your own biases as the one who made it. That is like the most important thing to live by if you're gonna ever make games. Now we got these sentinels. What else? I think that's everybody for... Oh, right. The fucking flood that I want to have ambush the guys at the midpoint once you've weakened enough of the dudes out here. So these guys are going to ambush from behind, and then that'll give you the opportunity to move into the midpoint and take it. Go ledge A, flood mid. We're gonna like spawn these guys in like batches of 3. So spawn like 2 combat forms at a time along with some infection forms. Spawned in 2 initially, and then spawn 1 after that, and then 1 after that, along with infection forms. How many hours a day do you work on H2R? At least 8. How do you downgrade to Windows XP? Make a unique order for these guys. Ledge A, flood mid. Be funny to have the flood hop on the turret, so I'll keep that. I'll let them do that if they so choose. What do you do to afford all this time to yourself? I make videos and I stream. The donos that you guys give me is what is a big part of what allows me to work on it full time. So check out my Patreon. Helps out a lot. How about you say the progress is going? Swimmingly. Couldn't be better. Your Patreon's stuck in Spanish? Specifically actually added these upper portions to this vent up here just so I could spawn in these new flood. So same deal as before. I should probably add a jump hint here. Same deal as before, spawn them in with different variations of weapons or no weapon at all. SMG, Magnum, battle rifle, unarmed, SMG, Magnum, battle rifle. Where I learned to make and move games? Move games. I just learned pretty much everything I know from just analyzing games since I was like a teenager, and also modding Halo. Most of what I know comes from modding Halo. Bye-bye, lol dude. Thank you for attending. Ledge A, blood, infection, mid. Spawn 2 of these guys per each batch. This vent because I think their pathfinding will break if I try to spawn them in the other one. They're gonna try to go directly through the wall. Okay, now need their own script for that, I think. Alright, Wake, AI, Ledge A, Flood Mid. Okay, so the conditions we're gonna wait on is... wait till the Marines out here are weakened. So let's go AI, Strength, Ledge A Marines. Less than 50%. Or you've killed the Enforcer. We'll also add a little bit of a option here as well. If the Marines are less than, let's say, 65%, and both eliminators are dead. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is spawn them in a set sequence. Yep, the beginning grunt that you encounter in this mission is titled Pussy Grunt. We're gonna place them. AI place Ledge A, Flood Mid. Spawn 2 of them, along with some infection forms. And we're gonna wait a solid, let's say, random range of 240 ticks, 300 ticks, 200 ticks to 300 ticks. Spawn one more flood. I'm gonna wait like 3 seconds after spawning these infection forms to spawn some more. Spawn some more infection forms along with him. Okay, and then we're gonna sleep until AI non-swarm count, not count any infection forms that might pop out. AI non-swarm count, ledge A, flood mid to 1 or less living. And we're gonna spawn another batch. Spawn one more dude. Then we're gonna also sleep random range 3 seconds to 200 ticks, and repeat that one more time minus the infection form. Okay, that'll be the guys that ambush the Marines at the midpoint to allow you to get in. Since they've been weakened. Okay, let's test that out. Oh, I gotta sit through all of my cleanup scripts first. The way Halo 2 N handles object memory is very strange for BSPs that are not loaded. Okay. Party when you come into here.
Let's get out of here!
Unleash the beast. Oh yeah, I need to fix the falling trajectory of the flood that come out of there.
Sergeant's dead! Run!
I should probably add let me add a print to here so I can verify what the timing of that is. Print, spawning, mid, ambush, flood. Probably adding some more weapons down here would also be a good idea, so you have some more stuff to use against the Enforcer. Also supposed to be a body down here. See, okay, these guys got ambushed. So we're able to take advantage of that. Fine. Yeah, I need something more to weaken the Enforcer while you're on this side.
Come on, we fight! Oh!
come from. Ooh, should be destroyed. Okay, that's the first half. So I need to fix the trajectory of the flood falling out of the vents. I need a lot more options to take on the Enforcer. Like weapons on the lower level. I could justify putting a GPMG down there that has 100 shots in it. See, I might want to think about actually moving this crate go down here instead. I think I might want to keep the rocket ammo here though. Put like another crate here or something. Like an empty gun rack here, I guess. Yeah, let's move this gun rack down here instead. We have a good cache of stuff down here. Not that. So this is decent against the Enforcer. We need something in particular for its shields, but the most we have to work with here are like sentinel beams. So I could, yeah, I should probably put a sentinel beam down here. Let me grab any like debris that's up here and move it down there instead. Putting a weapon back here would also probably be a good idea. I could justify like a single, maybe like a single rocket launcher, but then you'd be able to grab this over here early, and the like the main axis to the rocket launcher is supposed to be over here. I could do what I had going earlier and have like some of the Marines holding a plasma pistol, because further in there are like elite combat forms in the conduit area, so we can kind of justify having a Marine, justifying a Marine having taken one from him. I kind of feel like the difficulty fighting the Enforcer here is what pushes you to take him on in the next area, though. So maybe I don't want to give you too much to do against him here. You do have access to the Eliminator beams that he drops, so this might be enough. I don't want, like, most players to kill him on this side. Most players should, he should follow you over to the other side, and then you kill him there. There will be sparing use of Shotgun Flood. You know what? I think I will. What I'm gonna do is I gave you access to this little part down here. I'm gonna put a GPMG down here. I think I'm gonna need to add some lights here in the the BSP, because you cannot see anything back here. To have some of those flashing batons that Luna added. Alright, GPMG back here. This should have like 100 in it. And then there's also, of course, the GPMG that you can take from the turret in the Marine and the midpoint. Hi, Kaesides. What else do I want to put into here? Go along with the GPMG. Shotgun ammo? Grenade case? That makes this area down here serve its purpose a little better. I said I needed like a crate back here to hide behind. Let me use a diegetic crate in this environment. Yeah, let's add something like this so you can cover behind. Putting the MA-37 in the game? Not likely. That'd be really random. I'll decorate it with embellishments like marine bodies later. Although, when it comes to non-decorative bodies, like ones that can actually be infected, I should probably take care of that now. So let's go and add all the bodies that I would want to be here. Ledge a body 01. Make you an infectable marine corpse. Then having an infectable marine corpse like behind enemy lines would be good, because that would be a good distraction. Also put a BR here. Up for the removal of the crate. You can hold weapons that have no ammo like it's E. Now that is an engine level attribute that we can't touch. I like the way that looks. Okay, what other bodies are there? Area. There's this one down here. I don't know if this one needs a body. There are already gonna be Marines down here anyway. 2 of them. Probably be good to make the rocket launcher more obvious, for one. There is supposed to be a body right here, though. I do want that one. I do want this one here. Dead Marine here. They're already going to be flood in here, engaged with some sentinels. Okay. Let me decide what I want down here. I want this rocket launcher here to have, like, 3 shots. Yeah, that's 3 shots. Let's have it leaning against this. Really obvious, enticing way. Grab me, player. You know you'll want me. Let's get rid of these grenades here and replace it with a grenade crate instead. Okay. And then it should be expected that you should have enough down here to be able to kill the Enforcer. So, could change the amount of rockets that we have here to account for that. I think putting an eliminator, guaranteed eliminator beam down here would probably make a lot of sense. Because that'll help you with the Enforcer's shields. There you go. And then a couple miscellaneous stuff like an SMG. A couple SMGs wouldn't hurt either. I have a health pack down here too. And a health pack in the other place. I don't know if I should have it here though. can put a regular sentinel beam back here. And here. I feel like I might want to play it on the safe side and have this rocket launcher instead have 4 rounds in total instead of 3. Okay, and then I also said I was gonna move this turret here. I wanted it to have line of sight on the emitters as they open. The emitters are going to be over there. I feel like since you're being pulled over here anyway, this would probably be a better placement for it. It'd be kind of awkward with this switch here. This is in line of sight of the Marines, which probably isn't ideal. I think back there would probably be the best call. Could always have it be like down here too, but then you wouldn't be able to shoot anybody that's up here. Being able to shoot the guys that are sneaking up on you would probably be good. Precise placement would be the most convenient for the player. Yeah, that should be pretty universally applicable. Let me put like a light stick here to make this a little bit more obvious. What else should I put next to here? Box. Whole reliable box. And let me test this encounter on a legendary. What we have so far. Oh, why is Texel being weird? Texel, are you having a manic episode? Biggest project I've ever worked on? Close, but not as close as making a literal anime. Mostly by myself. Hey. Fun. Sorry, ladies. Unleash the beast. What are you doing over here? after the Marines, not me. Forces fighting pelicans? No, because the humans and sentinels are fine. Ouchies. I didn't give any checkpoints for this encounter, oops. Let me do that at the same timing that I spawn the ambush flood. Walking into that. Not bad. Yep, Shoddy should be in numerical parity with the one in CE. Whoa, what the fuck just killed me there? Was that the box that splattered me? Oh, for fuck's sake, tech test. I think what I want to do is have these only spawn 3 Marines here. Only spawn 4 here. Let me also fix the trajectory that those flood eject from the vent. Might also move the switch a little bit more out of the way than I expected. I might also want to make it so the AI prefer to target the flood here, so that the flood distraction sort of mechanic is working as I intended it. We'll see. gotta get these guys spawning on the side. And make sure they don't fall into the area below. Yeah, falling directly onto the Marine's cover there is good. Okay, that's them sorted out. Oh, don't fall down there. That should be good. Alright, that's them sorted out. Sound effect for when the floods spawn in the vents like you did in Two Portrayals and CER? I do in some points. I won't in this particular case because you know they're spawning in because you're the one who opens the vent. Didn't finish the whole encounter today, but still good work done. Ugh. I'm very tired though. So that's gonna do it for today's stream, guys. Thank you to everybody who donated an incredibly generous amount. The $100 donor, or the, what was it? The $117 donor, the $50 donor as well, and everybody else who donated as well, and everybody who viewed. I also have a Patreon if you want to keep helping me do this mod. So yeah, have a good night, guys. Next time we come back, we'll probably be at the other side of the wall, the ledge. If I had to guess, when we meet the Elite Flood. All right, good night.